Good morning, everybody. Before we begin, we're going to ask Drew to lead us on the word of prayer.
Okay, let's pray. Lord, thank you for today. We ask that as we enter into these hearings, Lord, that you would give us wisdom to make wise decisions, Lord, that as the decisions are made, Lord, that we would glorify you in everything that we say and do during this time. In your name we pray. Amen.
The board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, and 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. We are a 3-member panel, and the board has 1 serving as an alternate. But the alternate will not participate in the deliberation or the decision concerning the case. At this time, we're going to introduce ourselves. My name is Nancy Norris Johnson.
Beverly Oliver, Sandra Culpepper.
Drew Calhoun.
And I will turn this over to the Assistant Attorney General, Pamela Radcliffe.
Good morning, everyone. Today's date is June 4th, 2025. The time is 8:36 a.m. We are present today at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing, located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road in Ridgeland, Mississippi. I'll call the first docket matter, and that will be case number 2022-0496 in the matter of license number P-33420-4250 issued to Delta Irwin. Again, my name is Pamela Radcliffe. I'm the Special Assistant Attorney General, and by statute today, I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter. My role during the course of the proceedings will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to assure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. This is an administrative proceeding and is not a court of law. So for members of the audience, if you've seen Law and Order, it's not quite the same. We are not bound by the formal rules of evidence or civil procedure. I may use those as guidance to rule on matters, but I'm not bound by that. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board, I know they just introduced themselves, to introduce themselves for the record and to identify who will be the alternate in this matter and will not be participating in the deliberations for the findings.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Beverly Oliver, I'll be an alternate. Sandra Culpepper.
Drew Calhoun.
Will the attorney representing the board identify themselves?
Alexis Morris.
Is the licensee, Ms. Delta Irwin, present?
She is.
Ms. Irwin, I see you do not have an attorney with you. Are you represented by counsel?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If you would, I'd like to ask you a couple questions since you don't have an attorney with you. You understand you have the right to have an attorney present here with you today.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand you have the right to introduce documents and exhibits as evidence in support of your defense today.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand you have a right to cross-examine or question witnesses.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board should you need a witness here or evidence documents produced.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that the severity of the charges against your license, the outcome of today's proceeding could result in an adverse action on your license.
Yes, ma'am.
Understanding all this, it is your wish to proceed in the hearing today without counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any witnesses here that will testify on your behalf today?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you plan on testifying yourself?
I wasn't prepared on what to really do, so I guess so.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Does the board have any witnesses that will testify today?
Yes.
Okay, if you would, I would like to have all the witnesses going to testify today sworn in by the court reporter.
Please raise your right hands.
Ms. Irwin, if you'll raise your right hand.
Yes, you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Are there any preliminary matters, exhibits to be introduced?
Yes, I would ask that B1 through B10 be introduced on the board's behalf.
Have those been shared with the respondent?
Yes, they have.
Ms. Irwin, have you looked over the exhibits?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any objection to those exhibits being introduced?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'll let those be introduced into the record as marked B1 through B10. Ms. Irwin, do you have any exhibits or documents you wish to produce?
No, ma'am.
Okay, The order of the hearing will begin, proceed as follows. It's the board's case in chief. They will put on their case in chief first, and then you can put on your case afterwards. We can have opening statements, and closing statements. Opening statements and closing statements are both persuasive. They are not evidence. They do not have to be put on, but you may put those on. The board will question, you may question the board witnesses and they may question your witnesses. All right. Are there any, we'll go ahead and proceed. You wish to make opening statements?
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good morning again. I'm Alexis Morris, and we're here today because on 3 separate occasions, ranging from June 2nd, 2022 to on or about June 7th, 2022, Ms. Irwin administered narcotics on 3 separate occasions to a patient, disregarding the orders that were already put in place for that particular patient. She also, when questioned by the facility regarding the discrepancies between the medication administration record and the controlled substance sign-out list, the respondent stated that she did administer the medication more frequently than ordered by the physician, because in fact, the resident had requested the medication due to pain. So today we ask that the board panel listen to all of the testimony and evidence presented today and render any disciplinary action it sees fit against Ms. Irving.
Ms. Irwin, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
I did administer more than I was supposed to. There was 2 separate orders. One was a scheduled narcotic at 6/12/6/12. The other one was a PRN, oxycodone, for in-between pain. The daughter come in one day saying that the pain medicine was causing her to act weird and it wasn't what she was supposed to be on. And that's when I called all of my med errors, and the doctor that day changed it all back to what it was supposed to be.
All right. Thank you. And we'll proceed. Ms. Morris, you can begin.
Okay. Yes, I'd like to call my first witness, Dwayne Jameson. Okay. Now, please state your name and current place of employment for the record.
Dwayne Jameson, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you been with the board?
since March of 1991.
And what is your current role with the board?
My current role is Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigation.
Okay, so you're familiar with the investigative process of this board?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you familiar with this cause number 2022-0496?
Yes.
Okay, if you would please turn to MSBN 3 and identify that document for the record, 2 for the record.
SBN2 is the licensure information for Delta Irwin,
Okay.
showing that she was licensed as a licensed practical nurse on June 20th, 2016.
Okay. Would you please turn to MSBN 7 and identify that document?
Page 7 is a copy of the complaint.
And will you please read the charges alleged against Ms. Irwin, please?
Okay, beginning with charge 1, charges that the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under the license's care. Charge 2 is that the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 3 is that the respondent engages in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. Charge 4 is that the respondent has falsified or in repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records. And charge 5 is that the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner, including failure to make intelligible, essential entries in violation of 30 Mississippi Admin Code.
Also facts on that page.
Yes, there are.
Okay, will you summarize those facts to substantiate the charges?
Yes, basically the facts began on June 2nd while employed at Cornerstone Rehabilitation and Health Center in Corinth. The respondent recorded on the MAR for resident BS that she had administered Percocet at 12 and 1800 hours. However, the narcotic sheet for this date showed that the respondent signed out Percocet at 09:30, 12 and twice at 1,800 hours. Basically, the respondents signed out 2 more Percocet than she documented administered.
Okay, continue.
And then on June 6th, involving this same resident, VS, the respondent recorded that she administered Percocet at 12 and 1,500, despite orders that the medication be administered every 6 hours. The narcotic sheet for this date basically showed that the respondent signed out the Percocet at 11:30, 14:24, and 1,700 hours. And as a result, the respondent signed out 1 more Percocet pill than she documented administering. And then the last fact is on about June the 7th, the respondent recorded on the MAR for this same resident that she administered Percocet at 9 o'clock and 1,500 hours. The narcotic sheet for this date showed the respondent signed out Percocet at 9:04 and 1,500, with the 1,500 medication noted as having been wasted, but with no witness signature accompanying that waste.
Now turn to MSBN 15, please, and identify that document for the record.
MSBN 15 is a copy of the MAR.
And does it have whose MAR that belongs to?
Yes, resident VS.
And what is the date listed on that particular document as a whole?
These dates cover June 1 through June 30th, 2022.
And what, if anything, does this page say regarding the administration of a drug on this particular page?
It's referenced the order that there's Percocet tablet, 1 tablet by mouth every 8 hours for pain.
Now please flip the page to MSBN 16 and identify that document as well.
Okay, this is also a copy of the MAR for the same resident VS.
And what, if anything, does this page say regarding the administration of a drug to patient VS, to resident VS, excuse me?
Okay, this particular order date is June 1, 22, and was discontinued June 6, 2022. It states to give 1 tablet by mouth 4 times a day for pain.
Now, please turn with me to MSBN 17 and identify that document for the record.
This is a copy of the controlled drug record,
And what is the first date listed on that chart?
June 2nd.
Okay, looking at June 2nd, how many entries are documented on that chart? I know it's a little hard to read, so see if you can identify how many entries are listed.
Appears to be 5, approximately 5.
Okay, if possible, please identify the signatures on that chart for June 2nd, 2022.
The first signature is unrecognizable.
Okay,
However, the next 1, 2, 3, 4 signature, the next 4 signature appear to be initials DILPN.
okay. And would you read the timestamps for those signatures, please? Starting with the first DILPN signature.
Okay, the first one is 09:30. Then there's a 12 o'clock
Okay,
and 1,800 and 1,800 again.
okay. And that signature is reflected by whom?
DILPN.
Okay. Now, do you see DILPN reflected anywhere else on this particular chart?
Yes.
Okay, where? Identify that for the record, please.
Okay, beginning June 6th.
Okay,
There are several entries there with DILPN at 11:30, 14:24, 1,700.
okay. Any other entries as well?
There are other entries, but those other entries appear to be Delta Irwin. And that's on June 7th at 9:04 and 1,500 hours twice. 1,500 hours Delta Irvin, it appears, and then the second 1,500 hours appears to be DILPN.
Okay, and on 6/7, I know you said that there was one at 1500. Is there anything else located by that signature that looks like DILPN?
Yes, the second 1500, it is noted, written, wasted is written out to the side.
Okay, is there another signature that accompanies that particular entry?
No,
Now, turning back to MS 15 and 16, what, if anything, do you notice about that record versus the controlled drug record?
basically, it appears as though there may have been more narcotics, signed out that were actually administered.
Now, if we could please turn to MSBN 18 and 19, and please identify those records for the Madam Court Reporter.
Okay. MSBN 18 is a typed statement signed by the Director of Nursing, Ms. Jernigan.
Okay, will you please summarize that statement?
Basically, Ms. Jernigan noted in her statement that she had received a call from the pharmacy regarding the Percocet involving resident VS, that staff had called for a refill of the medication. And according to the pharmacy, that resident should have had enough med to get through the day on June 16th. She goes on to say that upon reviewing the narcotic sign-out sheet, it was noted that LPN Irwin had administered the medication more than prescribed by the MD, as well as a dose had been signed out that said wasted with no other nurse's signature.
Okay, now turn the page to MSBN 19 and identify that document.
MSBN 19 is a typed statement that's signed by Rhonda Moore, licensed nursing home administrator.
Please summarize that statement.
On this statement, it indicates that the administrator contacted Ms. Irwin via phone, had her on the speakerphone with the Director of Nursing, and according to the administrator, Ms. Irwin stated that she gave the resident pain medication and did not get an order for an extra dose. She also stated during this conversation, according to the statement here, that she knew it was wrong, but she did it anyway.
And that statement was from?
This is a statement from Rhonda Moore, licensed nursing home administrator.
Okay, thank you. Please turn the page to MSBN 20 and identify that document.
This is a copy of a disciplinary action record for employee Delta Irwin.
Okay. So once Ms. Irwin spoke, I guess, with the two individuals on 18, mentioned on MSBN 18 and 19, what happened next?
They basically suspended her pending an investigation.
Now, was Ms. Irwin ultimately terminated as a result?
Yes, she was. MSBN 21 is a copy of the actual termination notice.
I tender the witness at this time.
Ms. Irwin, do you have any questions for Mr. Jameson? The board members have any questions for Mr. I'm your next witness.
I rest at this time and would allow Ms. Irwin to proceed.
All right, Ms. Irwin, they've rested. It's your time to put on your case. You've heard what they've charged you with, so it's your time to speak.
And
And if you would speak up for us.
that's what he told me. I don't have access to the other MAR where it showed that it was scheduled. So therefore, I don't know what really to, because like I said, it called for the roxycodone to be scheduled and the poor little lady kept needing more. So they had the PRN order. Then the daughter, like I said, she came in and made rounds with the doctor and we got rid of the one because it wasn't the correct scheduled dose that she was supposed to be getting. So I'm terrified. I don't know.
And I understand, it's kind of scary for you. If you would, you've heard the charges. If you want to address those, you said earlier in your opening statement that you gave the medications.
Good.
So if you would just kind of explain that.
She asked for him, she'd be headed to therapy, so of course I would give it, and then she'd come back from therapy, she'd be in tears crying, so I'd give it, and that's really all I know to. I'm sorry.
You're fine. Okay. Do you have anything further you want to?
I've had so many other patients since then that I just,
Yes, ma'am. And at this point, then, if you don't have anything further, the board attorney will ask you questions and that might give us some more information.
Good morning again.
good morning.
We've already stated your name for the record. Tell me where you're currently employed.
Mississippi Care Center of Alcorn County.
And will you please tell the board a little bit about your educational background, and what school did you attend?
I attended Northeast. I started in the RN program. Life happened. I had to drop down and do the LPN for 6 months. Graduated, passed my board in 2016. Went straight to work at Cornerstone. So
And how long were you employed at Cornerstone?
the first time 5 years.
When you say first time,
I've worked there twice.
and why did you,
I moved to Tennessee to take care of dying grandparents, and so I went to work in Selmer for a little while.
let's shift to your time of employment during Cornerstone prior to this particular matter. In June 2022, you were placed on suspension pending this investigation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, during that investigation, you were deemed unsafe to practice for not following the orders as prescribed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you do acknowledge that the patient's MAR record and the controlled substance record have inconsistencies, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you admit today that you in fact administer more narcotics than prescribed and ordered by the physician, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, following your termination, the facility reported you to the Board of Nursing, correct?
When I got this first letter, it's the first I had heard of it, so I.
Okay. Shift with me to Exhibit B8. I'll let you shift through it. I believe that is, let's see, page 18. And I would like for you to read this portion, I believe that is MSBN 18. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you read the portion that starts with upon review and stop? I'll let you know when to stop.
Okay. Upon review of the narcotic sign-out sheet, it was noted that Delta Irwin, LPM, had administered the medication more than prescribed by MD, as well had a dose signed out on 6/7/22 that says wasted, with no other nurse signature for witness of wasted medication.
What was the procedure for documenting wasted medication at the facility at that time?
If you wasted it, you had to have another nurse to sign the book with you.
So you do understand and admit that you did not in fact have an extra signature?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned something about another MAR record.
There, well, this one shows the as needed, but like I said, when I came back on the second, I think it was the second, the patient had another order for the roxicodone to give every 6 hours as scheduled. And then the oxycodone 10 as needed.
But even if in fact it had been the order, you still
Was
realize
given,
that you would have given more, correct?
yes, ma'am, and the wrong medicine. That's when I'd said the wrong med era. I was,
Understood. And you do understand that choosing to administer pain medication without orders is negligent and willfully acting in a manner inconsistent with the health and safety of the persons under your care, correct?
yes, ma'am.
You also understand that administering additional pain medication without orders is practicing nursing in a manner that fails and falls outside generally accepted standards of the nursing practice, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Also during the time you're employed, you failed to properly document on both the MAR for patient VS and the controlled substance chart, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you do understand that this means that you made incorrect entries and you failed to make the essential entries necessary for the patient, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Finally, you understand that your behavior really equates to unprofessional conduct as identified by this board, specifically that you failed to maintain the proper medical records in a professional manner, including making intelligible, essential entries.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I tender the witness.
I'll ask the board members if they have any questions for the witnesses.
I do. Good morning, Ms. Irwin.
Mhm.
So did at any point, did you become concerned that the resident had gotten doses within 2.5 to 3 hours?
Yes,
of
ma'am.
each other?
It's like I said, on that one MAR, it shows to give that the one Percocet and the other one said as needed. And they told us that as long as there was no doctor statement saying that within 2 hours, we could give the medication. So I had,
Okay, based on your nursing judgment, was that appropriate?
no, ma'am.
Why did you not stop it?
I guess I just proceeded to go on about my business that day.
Did the patient, because I recall when you said something about the child came to you and said that they were acting weird, correct?
She was saying that she was itching and complaining that it wasn't working.
So did you go down there and assess the situation?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you observe?
The patient was just crying, just saying she was in pain. So
Did you assess them after you gave the pain medicine,
Yes.
including that second dose?
yes, ma'am.
What were they doing after the second dose?
Still crying.
What intervention did you do after that?
I had talked to the patient and to the daughter, and this just, I don't remember, honestly. It's been 3 years ago.
At any point, did you consider that it potentially could be an opiate overdose?
Yes, ma'am. Looking at it now, yes.
Do you as a nurse have the right to decline an order?
No, ma'am.
Any other board members?
Did you ever have any difficulty calling the physician? Was there ever what was the culture around notifying the physician about changing the patient?
Normally, the charge nurse would contact the physician.
Did you ever get any pushback from a physician? when
Um, I was, like I said, that other nurse was told me to give this medication instead of what was ordered there.
The only last one I have is, was this new pain that the patient was having? Was she
Yes, ma'am.
chronic?
She had, well, yes, I guess it would be new pain. She broke her hip, fell at the hospital and come in for therapy.
Thank you. That's all I have.
How long had you worked there?
That time I'd been back a year.
Uh-huh.
A year.
Year.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there another nurse on the floor with you?
Yes, ma'am.
You ever thought about talking with her?
Yes,
Did you talk with her?
yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
It just didn't end well. It just didn't end well. She said she had many other things to proceed with and to do, so I just went on my way.
How long you been a nurse?
I'm going on 10 years now.
10 years.
Well, 2016, so 9.
Have you ever been written up before?
Not till this. No, ma'am.
So you're saying there was 2 conflicting MARs
Yes, ma'am.
and you didn't realize it until you get a second dose?
Well, the MAR, we didn't have the paper sheet, but in the computer, it was fired out under the PCC to give the one at fire in yellow to give at 6:12, 6:12. You can give it an hour early, an hour late, and then it had the as needed one in between, but we didn't have the roxycodone. So therefore, that nurse prior to me told to give the same Percocet here. And I followed her orders instead of using my own judgment.
Do you have any follow-up questions after the board's question?
None.
All right. Did you have any witnesses, anybody else?
Ma'am.
All right, so that will end that portion of it. So now we'll entertain closing statements. Again, these are persuasive. They're not evidence. You do not have to provide closing statements. You can if you would like to. All right, would the board like to do a closing statement?
Yes, just very briefly. We feel like we've met our burden of clear and convincing evidence followed by an admission based on the testimony and evidence also presented that Ms. Irwin is guilty of the charges as outlined in the complaint document. Again, accordingly, we ask that this panel to take whatever disciplinary action it deems fit and appropriate for this particular case.
Ms. Irwin, any closing statement for the board?
I accept anything you give me. I beg for mercy, though. I have been working at Mississippi Care Center for going on 3 years now, and I finally got a promotion to where I'd be unit manager on the weekends. I've been in no trouble there. Was actually going to ask for a work statement today. I know that's not funny, but
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
all right, that will close this hearing. At this time, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Motion.
I will second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries. Now I'll entertain a It is 9:19. We're back on the record. The board of the hearing panel is deliberated, and I'm going to announce their findings. The board panel found you guilty of counts 1 through 5. They have ordered a formal reprimand, a fine of $500, which must be received in the board's office on or before 60 calendar days from the date you receive the order. There's going to be several educational courses, workshop in legal aspects of nursing, documentation, ethics, medication administration, effective opioid course, and righting the wrong education. These will be done within 180 days. This will be a public record. You will be assigned an compliance officer. You'll need to meet with them or talk with them once you get the order. The order will be rendered within 45 days from today's date. And it'll have more detail. Do you have any questions, Ms. Irwin?
No.
Okay,
Ms. Irwin, before
that
you
will
leave,
close us. That will close this portion of the hearing.
Ms. Irwin, before you leave today, I just want to clarify one thing for you. You have the right to decline an order. So use your good judgment. You'll learn that in these courses, hopefully. Right.
Next matter will be case number 2024-0255 in the matter of license RN reinstatement application, Melissa Ann Ray. I'll ask today's date is June 4th, 2025. The time now is 9:21 a.m. We're present in the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Orchard Road in Ridgeland, Mississippi. I am Pamela Ratliff. I am the Special Assistant Attorney General, and by statute, I'll serve as the hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the party, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. This is an administrative proceeding and is not a court of law, so the hearing panel is not bound by the formal rules of evidence or civil procedure that governs courts of law. I may, however, use those both as a guide if I rule on any objections or evidence. At this time, I'll ask the board members of the hearing panel to identify themselves for the record and identify who will be the alternate. Nancy Norris Johnson.
Beverly Oliver, Sandra Culpepper, alternate.
Calhoun.
Ms. Culpepper will be the alternate. She will not be attending the deliberations or the deliberations on this matter. Will the attorney representing the Board of Nursing identify themselves for the record?
Alexis Morris.
Ms. Ray, are you present?
Ma'am,
Do you have an attorney, Ms. Ray?
no, ma'am.
Okay. Since you're here without an attorney, let me ask some questions for you just to make sure we get this on the record. You understand you have the right to have an attorney here today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
You have the right to introduce documents or evidence in support of your matter today.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I hear you. You have the right to question and examine witnesses.
Yes, ma'am, I
You have the
understand.
right to have the board issue subpoenas to produce witnesses or documents if you thought you needed those.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that due to the this matter could affect your license, that you're willing to go forward without an attorney?
Yes, ma'am. I can't afford one because I hadn't been working in nursing.
And understand all these facts, you are here today and you wish to proceed.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any witnesses that will testify on your behalf today?
No, ma'am. I take full accountability
Does the
for
board
my
have any
actions.
testify?
No.
Okay, so you'll be testifying today, Ms. Ray?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would, I'll let the court reporter swear you in.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about the today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Are there any preliminary matters and exhibits to be introduced?
Yes, we would ask that B1 through B7 be admitted for boards exhibits, and that A1, which is a detailed statement submitted by the respondent, also be admitted.
Ms. Ray, have you reviewed the board's exhibits?
Yes, ma'am, but
Have any objections to those coming in?
no, ma'am. I'm not myself right now. I'm just petrified with fear because I've just experienced a very traumatic death in my family of a 39, and so I'm kind of restless and stuff like that, but that's no excuse. But I'm here to take accountability for getting a DUI.
And we'll go kind of slow, so if you need a break or anything, just let us know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So you had no objections to the board's exhibits?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Morris, do you have any objections to the applicant's exhibits?
No objection.
Okay, so I'll have both of those exhibits, B1 through B7 marked as board exhibit, A1 marked as the applicant's exhibit. So this is an appeal of a licensure denial. So this is your request to appear before the board?
Yes, ma'am, because I usually don't get in no kind of trouble, but I wasn't working at the time when I was living in Lockport, New York when this happened.
Yes, ma'am.
And-
I'll go over kind of the way the order goes.
Okay.
Since this is your appeal of a denial, it's your case, you will go first. The board will go second. So you put on your case and the board will put on their case. You tell us your side of you tell the board your side of the story under oath, and the board attorney will question you.
Do I talk now?
Well, do you have any opening statements that you'd like to make to the board, just a general summary of what's going on?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to say right now I'm petrified in fear. And I'm not the usual person to get in trouble because I grew up in a very punitive environment. So that wasn't allowed. So I tried to get scholarships and stuff. And then when I answered no on the question, did I get a DWI misdemeanor in the state of New York? I lied because I'm usually one of the number one breadwinners for my family. And I know that's not an excuse, but that's how I've been raised. And I know that was stupid. And I can't explain it. I just want to go back to work and start providing for them again. I don't have any children, and my niece just died and traumatic. That was the only type of child I ever had to raise. And so I'm like, I can't explain it, but I'm throwing my mercy on the court because it was a lie. And I should have recognized that because they do FBI reports. And so that's all I have to say.
Ms. Morris, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, I'd like to.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Ray is here today, as she stated, on or about March 5th of 2024. Ms. Ray submitted an application for RN reinstatement where she answered no when asked, have you ever been convicted of a misdemeanor other than a minor traffic violation or entered into an agreed disposition? And have you pled guilty to, no contest to, or have you ever been convicted of any drug or alcohol-related offense, including DWI, DUI, or OWI? A background check conducted on or about November 26th. Events that she in fact pled guilty to a DWI first offense, which is a misdemeanor, in Lockport City Court in New York. As such, the board issued Ms. Ray an administrative affidavit. She was required to sign that affidavit, notarize it, and return it to the board with a $500 administrative cost. However, neither the affidavit nor the payment were ever remitted to the board. So as a result, it was determined that her application was administratively denied under Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1. As such, she has been charged with engaging in professional conduct as identified by the board. Namely, she misrepresented, deceived, or failed to disclose information as requested on any licensure or board of nursing document when attempting to secure or obtain her nursing license. So that is why we are here in this matter today.
Ms. Ray, it's your time to put on your case to the board. You can tell the hearing panel what you need to tell them.
Yes, ma'am. I have received that, and I just didn't have the $500 because I had came back, and that's the reason why I left New York, because I was in a very relationship I shouldn't have been in, and I had moved up there for that reason. So I just packed up. I just went on Facebook and bought me a little car because I know I had to flee from that person before he would kill me. And when I got back here, because my family was like, you need to come back and be around your family. But I know I had always been a breadwinner and they expect money and stuff from me. But there's still no reason to justify. I was just trying to get back to work, and that was an idiotic move on my part. And I just plead mercy. And whatever consequences, I've been suffering consequences my whole life, even when I was a good girl or whatever. So, and, you know, uh, but I never practiced nursing in any of those times because I was trying to make a fool out of myself. But that's all I want to say to plead. And like I said, I'm an emotional wreck right now because I just experienced a tragic death.
It's the court reporter's taking everything you say down. It's difficult to understand.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just, usually I would be more fluent than this, but right now I'm in a lot of emotional pain, but that's no excuse for my actions. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say, ma'am.
That's fine. Ms. Morris, would you like to have some questions for Ms. Ray?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll let her get a few
I'm
minutes.
all right. Okay. I'm used to crying at this point.
If we need to take a break, we can take a break.
I'm all right. If you walked a mile in my shoes, you would cry too.
Can you tell the board where you are currently employed?
Ma'am, recently I've been employed with Kelly. I have been working in nursing. I've been doing substitute teaching for Kelly organization here in the Clinton's Public School District, from K through 12, and also the Jackson Public School District.
Will you give the board a little bit of your educational background?
Yes, ma'am. I graduated with honors from Warren Central in Vicksburg, Mississippi. I got scholarships to several universities, including Alcorn State, where I got a degree in chemistry. And then I worked in retail for a while. And then I went to Hines Community College and got my ADN in nursing,
And when were you first licensed?
May 2002.
If you would please turn your attention to, that you have it, I know you have a copy, MSBN 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would you identify that document, please?
It's at MSBN 7.
Do you recognize this document as a copy of your application or an excerpt of your application?
Yes, ma'am.
So you admit that you in fact answered no to the questions regarding having been found guilty of a federal or state criminal offense, having been convicted of a misdemeanor other than a minor traffic violation, and having been pled guilty or found guilty of an alcohol-related offense, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I admit it.
Now, if you would turn your attention to MSBN 20, and that is the detailed statement that you provided to the Board of Nursing, correct? Have a copy out. It's labeled as A1. You disclosed that you received a DWI misdemeanor in Lockport, correct?
Yes,
In
ma'am.
July 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
You also disclosed another arrest in that document. Will you provide a detailed or brief description of that arrest as well?
Yes, ma'am. I was at timeout during like the football season and a friend, well, I was friends with a lot of police officers. So he followed me home and was asking me, could he come inside? And I told him no. And so it was harassment and
But you in fact were arrested during that encounter, correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you ever charged or convicted?
No, ma'am.
And what was the arrest for?
It was for a DUI, but he was in the bar too, drinking at a sports bar.
So you would agree with me that this record reflects that you engaged in unprofessional misconduct, namely that you misrepresented with the intent to deceive or failed to disclose information regarding your misdemeanor conviction, correct?
I admit it, ma'am.
And you understand that that behavior constitutes a violation of the board rules and the Mississippi Nursing Practice Act, correct?
That's why I'm here today. I understand.
I tender the witness at this time.
Does the board have any questions for the witness?
When was the last time you worked as a nurse?
It was in Niagara Falls, New York, and I was doing mental health nursing. I started that job in February 15th of 2023. Yes, and then I moved back here months ago to be closer to my family.
So you were working as a nurse up until 8 months ago, is that correct?
I think that's about right, sir.
So you worked as a nurse in New York. When you moved back here, you haven't worked as a nurse?
No, sir, because I knew. No, sir, I knew not to do that because I wasn't licensed here and I knew that was illegal. So that's why I appealed to the board and I was trying to get back to work quickly to help provide, because I live with my brother in Clinton and I just didn't want to be freeloading or something like that.
What type of nursing did you do?
I first started out at Central Mississippi Medical Center, and they had a internship for ICU nurses and stuff like that. And so I went through that, and I did that type of nursing. And then for a little while, I did travel nursing. Then when I came back home, because my mom was ill, I did some agency nursing, and I spent the majority of the time trying to nurse her back to health. And then um, I had a boyfriend that had a substantial amount of money and I had got a little burned out. So I just started helping him with his trucking business. That's how I wound up in New York. But I got sick of that because I said I shouldn't be shacked up with nobody because that goes against how I was raised. And so, yes, sir.
On this charge from October of 2007, was there any action taken against your license?
No, sir.
You were never convicted?
No, sir.
When was your first license?
May 2002. But since then, I've done a lot of jobs, like, well, mostly nursing, but doing like trying to do entrepreneurship and stuff like that.
The last time you was worked was 2023?
I think I have to look on my yeah, because I came back here in 2023. So I worked at Niagara Falls Memorial Medical Center in February of 23. Yes, ma'am.
February 2023?
Yes, ma'am. But I haven't been working as a nurse since.
I'm clarifying my story. You were not convicted in 2007,
No,
but there
sir.
was a conviction in 2017.
Yes, sir, when I was living in Lockport.
Do you still drink?
Every now and then, sir.
Do you use any other drugs? Or
No, sir, I don't.
just alcohol?
Like, like I wasn't really even drinking anything until like I had buried my niece 2 weeks ago and I had some coronas. I'm just telling you the truth.
Do you feel like you have a problem? Do you feel like you have a dependency or an addiction? Is this a coping mechanism?
At times, I tell you, I'm gonna tell the truth before God. It is. That's why I won't go to work, like stuff like that. If I feel like I'm in hurting, pain, stuff like that, I'll just stay home. But it's not productive for my well-being. I'm just gonna tell the truth.
If you were to go back to work as a nurse, what type of nursing do you think you would do?
Well, I think I would be a great mental health nurse because I had cousins and family members that suffer, and I think my own mom died from mental health things, and that kind of stuff was instilled in me. That's why I was very punitive in nature, and people don't understand how mental health affects people. And then when people suffer from mental health and you see it all around them, it creates a very abusive type relationship. And and there needs to be some compassion and understanding because we don't know it all. God does. It's true.
You've said that you use alcohol as a coping mechanism at times. And we know that nursing and mental health nursing can be very stressful. Have you ever come to work drunk or?
No, sir. That's why you see gaps in mine, because I just wouldn't go to work like that because people don't deserve that. That they deserve people in their full stance and capacity. And I know I'm not an ignorant person. God has given me a lot of gifts. So rather than be hungry for money, I'll just stay at home or whatever because I know I'm not in any type of shape to be providing care that people need. And that's the truth. And I'm throwing myself here now. And it's like I still am petrified, but I know I have to be accountable for my actions. I have to. That's the story of my life. And
The reason that you stated no on your application was because you were trying to get back to work, correct?
yes, sir, because I had moved back here and my family members, and they needed money and stuff. And then our family home, the roof was collapsing. They left to us and have to pay my brother, rent and stuff like that. It's the truth.
Have you ever gone to a psychologist or psychiatrist to be assessed and evaluated and maybe gotten treatment or counseling?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I went to Weems Center in Meridian and I saw a psychiatrist there. And also I got mental health counseling and they said that they diagnosed me with post-traumatic stress disorder and major depression disorder. And I took medications, but they was like the side effects were so severe that I had to stop taking them and started trying to manage it with walking, talking to my church members at church and all kinds of stuff like that and try to reach out to them at Day Springs and all that. Because I had joined church here when I first got back because I knew I needed a community of people that understood.
Have you thought about going back or have you ever gone back to get new medication, or are you in a group counseling?
I rely on what I found out, ma'am, to tell you the truth. And like what I found out and going to group counseling and stuff. And I'm a born again Christian. Those people were trying to introduce me to new age therapy and things of that nature. And that goes against what Christ says. And like talking about chakras and stuff like that and putting crystals and stuff on me. So that kind of turned me off. And I said, I'm going to pray to God. That's my creator. I said, because if he can do it, nobody else could do it. And I've experienced that kind of stuff in numerous therapies. And also, when I go to these other groups and stuff, it's all about new age therapy. And it has nothing to do with Christianity. And I was raised a Christian and it didn't sit right with me. And I would feel worse than I did when I went there, when I went home.
Do we have a copy of where she was sent, the, letter for the fine?
Yes, that is in. Excuse me. That would be on MSBN, starting with page 8. And then a copy of that's all. We just have the copy of the MSBN 8, which was the letter that included the fine and the information regarding her administrative denial.
Okay. Did we get a receipt of, the person receiving this? By the standard, I'm not sure.
She acknowledged receiving it. If you look at MSBN 12 and 13, there's an email thread between Ms. Ray and I believe Brandon Walker at the time regarding next steps after receiving it.
Okay, thank you.
Morris?
Yes, I just had one. I believe that Mr. Calhoun asked you the reason why you omitted, well, you answered no when asked those questions on the application, and you stated it was because you were trying to get back to work. But in fact, on your detailed statement on 20, you stated that you did not include this information due to shame and embarrassment, correct?
That's part of it too. Who wants to admit something like that?
But you do realize that an omission
The
violates
lie.
the regulations.
The lie.
No further questions.
Whatever punishment you all want to give me is because revoking my license, I'm used to having things in my life taken away from me. So it'll be no different.
Right? Do you have any witnesses or any other further testimony?
No, ma'am, because I was too ashamed to let somebody know I had done something this stupid and ridiculous and idiotic.
So
This
you'll-
has been the most idiotic thing I've ever done in my life.
so you will rest-
Outside,
I'll let you make your closing statement.
outside of having an abortion when I was 19, this has been the worst ever thing I did in my life. And I regret both of them because it's cost me a lot. And that's the truth on God's word.
Does the board want to make a closing statement?
Just briefly, we've heard the testimony today, and we feel that we have presented clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Ray, in fact, did not truthfully answer whether or not she had been convicted of a DWI offense. And as such, she did not complete the administrative affidavit and remit the $500 payment to the board. Accordingly, she is guilty of the charges, and we ask the board panel to take any necessary disciplinary action it deems appropriate.
All right, that will conclude this matter. Just for clarification, this matter is an appeal for the denial of the restoration. There are no charges pending against her other than the basis for the denial, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we will conclude the hearing in this matter right now. The board we'll go into a closed session in just a second. They'll deliberate. You'll just sit there. What they'll do is they will discuss your testimony, discuss all the evidence, and then make their findings, okay? All right, I will entertain it right now, a motion to go into closed session to determine whether we need executive session. All right. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we are in closed session to determine whether we need to go into executive session. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session for deliberations pursuant to 254174D. Do I have a motion? Motion for executive session by Mr. Calhoun. Any second? Back on the record, it is
Back on the record.
10:05 a.m. and we're in the matter of case number 2024-0255, Melissa Ray, administrative denial appeal. The board has deliberated, the board hearing panel has, and I'm going to announce their finding, and it was unanimous. By clear and convincing evidence based on the testimony and evidence, the board hearing panel has denied the appeal. They do recommend that before you seek reinstatement of your license in the future, that you obtain a psychiatric evaluation and follow any recommendations that are received from that you pay any outstanding fines or fees, and that you talk with the board compliance officer. We will have an order rendered that will detail this in 45 days. Any questions, Ms. Wright? Thank you, Ms. Wright. It is June 4th, 2025. The time is 10:07 a.m. We are present in the office of Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Orchard Road in Richland, Mississippi. I'll call the next case. That's going to be case number 2023-0250 in the matter of license number R877992 issued to Shanika Griffin. Again, I am Pamela Ratliff. I'm the Special Assistant Attorney General, and by statute, I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of the proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the party, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules and regulations. This is an administrative proceeding and it's not a court of law, so the hearing panel is not bound by the formal rules of evidence or civil procedure that govern trials in a court of law. I may, however, use both when used as a guide during the proceeding when ruling on objections for evidence, and I'm not bound by those. At this time, I'll ask the member of the board's hearing panel who will be to introduce themselves and to advise who will be the alternate and will not participate in either the deliberations or the decisions.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Beverly Oliver. Sandra Culpepper.
Drew Calhoun.
And my alternate is Nancy.
I'll just do alternate.
You're the alternate on this one? Okay. All right. Would the attorney for the board introduce themselves for the record?
Brandon Walker.
Is the licensee present?
The licensee is not present, Your Honor.
Okay. If you would, could you make a brief summary of the notice that she was provided so that we can introduce that?
Yes, I can, Your Honor. In the exhibits we plan to introduce, you'll see on page 6 where we sent a notice of hearing noticing the licensee, Ms. Griffin, for a hearing today at 8:30. You'll see where on page 9 in the exhibits that we proposed to introduce, where that green card, where the notice was sent certified mail, that green card is included in here and signed for and was returned to the board. Statute requires us to serve notice through certified mail, so we have met the statutory requirement for service process. Therefore, I believe board's belief is that we have met service and there's no due process issue with this matter.
Did she request a continuance?
No, Your Honor, we've heard nothing from the licensee. As you can see in that notice, she was noticed for 8:30. We're now about 10:10 and she's not signed in yet. Hasn't appeared.
That's
No.
my question. No one's, she's not signing a sheet, no one's seen her in the.
No one has seen her.
Appears the licensee was provided with statutory notice of today's hearing. It's not provided the board with a reason for her absence or requested a continuance. So we'll proceed with the hearing in the respondent's absence. Is there preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. We would request to introduce B1 through B14 in evidence. And we would also, the board would like to call and swear in Ms. Tawanda Jones as a witness, Your Honor.
Okay, and B1 through B14, no objection to those. Those will come in as marked. Ms. Jones, would let the court reporter swear you in?
We swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
Mr. Walker, you can make an opening statement or you can just proceed.
I'll just waive and open. I'll just give a brief overview, I guess. This is essentially an issue of documentation and notes being cloned. And we plan to introduce evidence that would support the charges in the complaint.
Okay.
And I've called Ms. Tawanda Jones. Ms. Jones, will you state your name and your current place of employment for the record?
Tawanda Jones, Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long is it that you've been here at the board?
I've been employed at the Board of Nursing for 7 years.
And what is it that you do at the board?
I'm an investigator with the Board of Nursing.
All right, so you're familiar with the investigative process of licensees of this board, is that correct?
Yes,
And you're familiar with this case as well, is that also correct?
yes.
Okay, if you would you look, I know we addressed this earlier with the hearing officer. Would you look first at page, I'll tell you what, first let's start with page 4. Will you just tell us what page 4 is?
Page 4 is a license verification sheet.
And who's that for?
Shanika Allen Griffith.
All right, and when does it say that she was first licensed here in Mississippi?
Her license was issued on August 2nd, 2007.
Okay, so she is a licensed nurse of this board, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, look, the next thing we'll look at is the notice that was addressed with the hearing officer earlier. It's on page 6. Can you tell us who that notice was sent to?
Shanika Allen Griffin.
All right, and do you see the certified mail number there at the top of the page?
I do.
The last 2 digits are 08, but we read those last 4 before the 08 for the record.
0766.
Okay, if you flip over to page 9, do you see those same 4 numbers on that green card that was sent to Ms. Griffin?
I do, on the bottom of the green card.
And that what you read, just for the record, will you state what those are?
0766.
Okay. In that notice, back on page 6, what date was what's the noticed hearing date?
The notice hearing date is Wednesday, June 4th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones. And on the next page right there, page 7, while we're there, will you just identify that for the record?
Page 7 is the complaint.
And just kind of sum up the charges in the complaint.
Okay. Charge 1 is the respondent negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of a person under the licensee's care. Charge 2 is the respondent negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that failed to meet the general accepted standards of nursing practice. Charge 3 is the respondent falsified or repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records. Charge 4 is a respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, mainly medical records and failure to maintain medical records in altering entries or destroying medical records in violation of the administrative code. Charge 5 is a respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rule, failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner, including false entries and patient records.
Okay. Are there any facts listed in that? And you can just kind of sum it up that support those charges?
Yes. The facts are that the respondent, it owns New Hope Health Solutions. She provided private duty nursing services for a patient. And it was her responsibility to sit with that patient and provide skilled nursing care to that patient. We have dates for the month of August of 2020, and we have nursing notes from September of 2020. And the respondent was interviewed, and in her interview with me, she admitted that she did not properly document all of the ordered services for the patient, including not documenting position changing, feeding flushes, number of input and output, and she used a computer-generated signature in order to sign for those particular documents. And she also admitted that she didn't document like she should have when the patient experienced a seizure. She admitted to not documenting on a daily basis, but going back and documenting at a later date.
All right, thank you. Let's look at, just flip over real quick to page 11 for me. You mentioned in the complaint, it stated that she owned New Hope Solutions, Health Solutions, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us what we have on page 11?
Page 11 is a printout from the Secretary of State for that business, and it shows the manager or president of that business.
Okay, whose name is that president and manager of that business?
The president and manager of the business of New Hope Health Solutions LLC is Shanika Griffin.
Okay, and is she also listed as the owner or organizer?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's look real quick over at page 17, I believe is where it is. Can you tell us what this is?
Page 17 is a private duty nursing. This is the plan of care for the patient.
Okay. Can you tell us what patient is listed on that?
Patient JM.
All right, and on the next page, there's page 18. Do you see where it says the skilled services to be provided by a nurse in that box?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it says about the written records?
It says that they are to maintain written records of medication administration, recorded any treatments provided to the patients in the absence of a private duty nurse, maintain respiratory stats, especially during hours of sleep, during and after seizure, G-tube feedings and nutritional support monitoring, work on bases and record notes.
Okay, and in that box below that, the summary, what does it say about the patient's seizures?
Okay, this is a 12-year-old patient. It tells how much they are to drink 23 to 30 cc juice. Talks about the patient's skin breakdown, the G-tube, and
You see
It's-
the second paragraph
yes.
there? What does it say about his seizures?
it says that the patient continued to have 1 to 2 seizures daily, 15 seconds to 1.5 minutes.
Okay, and on the next page, who signed off on this note that we have here?
Shanika Griffin.
All right. Look at page 22 and 23 for me. Can you identify what these are for the record?
Yes, these are progress notes for patient JM for the dates of August 1st, 2020 and August 2nd, 2020.
And who signed off on these notes on both of these?
Both of these progress notes were signed by Shanika Griffin.
And what's the time frame of the notes? In other words, what time do they start on those? I know you said all August 1st and August 2nd, but what time do they start?
The notes start, this shift starts at 5 p until 1 a.m.
And, we're not gonna, I tell you what, just for the record, we read the one that just says 5 p.m., just for the record.
On both dates?
Yeah, if you will. Oh, if you'll just read the first one, and then if you can tell me if it's any difference in the
Okay.
second one.
So on August 1st, 2020 at 5 p.m., patient resting quietly with eyes open, responds to verbal and tactile stimuli, all extend weak, hand rolling noted, no aspiration precaution, total care for all ADLs, G-tube dependent, incontinent BB, no skin breakdown noted, playing with siblings, no respiratory distress. Activity, patient stable.
And for the next day, the August 2nd note, is it identical to that note?
It's identical, except for instead of playing, it has watching TV.
Okay, so do these if you're looking at these notes, would you say it looks like a copy paste pretty much?
Yes.
And is there anything in here? I know what we looked at earlier about the plan of care, it talked about how much was fed and feeding. Is there anything that tells anyone or anybody how much was fed or anything like that?
No, there's no quantity listed as far as input and output, as far as the G tube, how much was put in or how much was output for the patient for the August 1st or the August 2nd. There's no medication listed for this patient for the shift of 5 p. to 1 a.m. on August 1st or August 2nd.
And in the complaint, there are several dates listed, I believe, all the way through September, correct?
Correct.
And you reviewed this file, and for the most part, are they all very similar in nature?
Yes, they're very similar in nature with very limited information as far as the hour that she documented.
Okay. Give me 1 minute. Let's look over at page, let's go to B11. It's on page 80, I think.
Page 8.
Yes. Yeah. Page 80. Are you there?
I am.
Can you identify this for the record?
This is a progress note for patient JB, and the date of this progress note is July 20th, 2021.
All right. And is there any documentation for this patient
Yes, there's documentation.
showing for the date of July 20th, 2021? I'm sorry.
Yes.
And what's the nurse that signed off on
Shanika Griffin.
that? And can you verify for the record that all the way through page 88, there is documentation for this patient, JM, the dates of July 20th, every day through the date of July 28th, 2021?
Yes, there's documentation from the 20th through the 28th of July.
Okay, and are they all by what nurse document? Sorry.
All of the notes for that period of time are documented by Shanika Griffin.
Okay, so from July 20, just to sum up, from July 20th to July 28th, she documented care for this patient, correct?
That's correct, from 5 p.m. to 1 a.m.
All right, if you would, look at page 89 for me. And Your Honor, let me apologize. Can I request, I apologize. Can I request to seal these records? Just,
Patient information.
yes, Your Honor.
We can put them under seal.
Thank you. I apologize. Okay, going back to page 89, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Page 89 is a report from Homeland Security, which it documents when a patient is entering the country and when a person is leaving the country. This is when you have your passport and you're being checked in.
Okay. So can you tell us what the crossing time is on this document we're looking at now, or the date?
The date of that crossing for July 20th, 2021 is July 20th, 2021.
Okay. And what does it show that was at?
This crossing point for Homeland Security was at Dallas Fort Worth International.
All right. And do you see on here where if you will, look over to the next page on page, do you see an arrival? I'm sorry, back on at page 89, I apologize. Do you see an arrival location on that page?
Yes, on page 89, the arrival location is Cancun.
So this person left on the 20th from Dallas and was going to Cancun, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you see the crossing time there?
On page 89.
I believe you've already stated it was 7/20/2021. Is that correct?
Yes, the
Okay.
date.
All right. So if you would, let's go turn over to page 90 and tell us what this shows.
Page 90 is a Homeland Security crossing report also for Ms. Griffin.
Okay, and what date is on this when they came back?
This document is dated July 28th, 2021.
Okay, and where was the location that they came back to?
On 7/28/21 at 12:13. Crossing location is Dallas Fort Worth. Departure location was Cancun.
Okay, so this person left on the 20th and came back on the 28th. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And on page 91, who is this whole record we just looked at for as far as the crossing?
For Shanika Griffin.
And you just testified and we looked at documentation on the previous pages where during that time period, you documented care. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So based on what we have seen now, Ms. Griffin was in Cancun, not even in the country. Is that correct?
That's correct. From the 20th through the 28th.
So is there any possible way from those dates that she could actually have done care for that patient?
No.
We have no further, I tend to the witness, Your Honor, no further questions.
Questions from the board hearing panel?
I do. Ms. Jones, do we know the complaint source? Was it self-report or?
No, we know it was a division of Medicaid, gave this case to the Board of Nursing. They did an audit.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Any further questions? Hearing no further questions, you tender the witness.
I tend to the witness, Your Honor.
Any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
You want to make a closing?
Yeah, Your Honor, we believe that we have provided sufficient evidence to support the charges against Ms. Griffin. There's been no objection to any of the evidence that was submitted today or any of the evidence that we have put on by testimony through Ms. Jones. We would ask that in order to protect the public, that the board consider all disciplinary options against Ms. Griffin's license. Thank you.
All right. This will conclude the hearing in matter number 2023-0250. Shanika Griffin, I will entertain a motion to go to closed session to determine whether executive session is needed.
I'll make the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries, we're in closed session. I will entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of deliberations under 2541-74D.
I'll make the motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in executive session. The matter is closed. The board will deliberate. Okay, it's 10:39 a.m. We're back on the record in the matter of case number 2023-0250, Shanique Griffin, license number R877992. I'm going to announce the board's determination after deliberation based on upon clear and convincing evidence, based on the testimony and evidence presented today, the board has ordered that the license of Ms. Griffin be revoked. And it was unanimous. That concludes the hearing in this matter.
Your Honor,
Yes,
guilty of all.
guilty of all. We're back on the record. We're going to proceed. The next matter, today's date is June 4th, 2025. The time now is 10:40 a.m. We are present at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing, located at 713 South Pierre Orchard Road in Richmond, Mississippi. The next matter called to the docket will be case number 2024-1033 in the matter of license number P 314282, issued to Sherry Lynn Watkins. Again, my name is Pamela Ratliff. I'm Assistant Attorney General, and by statute, I'll serve as the hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the course of the proceeding will be to rule on objections, the questions and evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. This is an administrative proceeding and is not a court of law, so the rules of the formal rules of evidence and civil procedure do not bind this board. I may, however, use both as a guide during the hearing when I get rolling. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board hearing panel for this case to introduce themselves for the record and to identify the member of the panel who will serve as the alternate and will not participate in either the deliberations or the decision by the board hearing panel. Nancy Norris Johnson.
Beverly Oliver, alternate. Sandra Culpepper.
Drew Calhoun.
And will the attorney representing the board identify themselves for the record?
Brandon Walker.
Is the licensee present?
Your Honor, the licensee is not present.
All right, would you like to make a brief summary about the notice that she was provided?
Yes, Your Honor, I can do that. On the exhibits that we plan to introduce, you'll see on the proposed exhibit B5, there was a notice of hearing that was sent to Ms. Watkins, the licensee, with the address that the licensee has on file with the board, I'm sorry. That notice was for a date of Wednesday, June 4th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. Which you will turn over to page 11, you will see the green card that was sent with the certified mail with that notice that was returned to the board, signed. It was also sent to the address that the licensee has on board. So per the statute, we have to serve service through certified mail. We believe we've met the requirement for service through certified mail. She was noticed, as you will see, for 8:30. It's now 45 approximately. She has not signed in. She was not called, did not appear when the docket was called up. So we believe that we have satisfied due process and the statutory requirement for service of process, Your Honor, and we would request to proceed.
Okay. It appears the licensee was provided with statutory notice of today's hearing in accordance with the rules and regulations of the board. She's not provided the board with any reason why she's not here or requested a continuance. We'll proceed with the hearing in the respondent's absence. If you would, if you'll let your witness introduce that through her testimony for the record. Any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request B1 through B17 be admitted into evidence. and then we plan to call Ms. Tawanda Jones as a witness.
B1 through B17, there being no objections to that, those will be admitted as the board's hearing and marked accordingly. Ms. Jones, if you would, raise your right hand and let the court reporter swear you in.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Ms. Walker, if you want to, you can do an opening statement, provide the board with a brief summary, or you can proceed with your case in chief.
I'll do that, Your Honor. May I, again, I apologize. My request to seal these, because while they are redacted, just out of an abundance of caution, seal the records.
For patient privacy information, we will seal the records.
This is, I'll give a brief overview. This is Ms. Watkins. This would be her third appearance or lack thereof appearance before this board. You'll see a pattern of patient harm and history of substance abuse in the exhibits that have now been properly admitted in. And we'll be asking that the panel really consider revocation in this matter. And we'll present the evidence to support that charge, Your Honor. I'm gonna call Ms. Tawanda Jones. Ms. Jones, will you please state your name and your current place of employment for the record?
Tawanda Jones, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you been here at the board?
7 years,
What is it that you do at the board?
investigator.
So you're familiar with the investigative processes of this board, is that correct?
Yes,
All right, and you're familiar with this case, is that also correct?
yes.
Would you let's start at page 5, and just for the record, state what that is.
Page 5 is a license verification.
And who's that verification?
Sherry Watkins.
When does it state that she was first licensed in Mississippi?
She was first licensed April 17th, 1997,
And what was she licensed as?
a licensed practical nurse.
Okay, so she is a licensee of this board, correct?
Yes.
Would you turn next to page 8? And just for the record, state what that is.
Page 8 is the complaint.
Can you summarize what the facts are in that complaint?
The facts.
I'm sorry, summarize what the charges are in that complaint.
Charge 1, the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of a person under the licensee's care. Charge 2, the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of nursing practice. And charge 3 is a respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rule, namely practicing the profession under the influence of alcohol or other mood altering substance as evidence refusal to submit to a drug screen.
All right, are there any, excuse me, are there any charges, any facts in that complaint to support those charges?
Yes.
Can we summarize those, please?
On April 6, 2023, the respondent was hired at Mockingbird Assisted Living in Boonville, Mississippi. On September the 18th, 2024, the respondent administered wrong medications to patients, which resulted in the patients being transported to the hospital by ambulance. Patient JV tested positive for opioids and does not have a prescription for opiates. The respondent was requested to submit to a drug screen, and she left the facility without providing the drug screen.
And on the next page, will you turn over and just state what that is for the record? Page 10.
Page 10 is the order suspending the license.
And this was the order that suspended her license based on this charges, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, now, let me go back up 1 second, go back to page 7 and I'm gonna address this notice that was given to Ms. Watkins, if you will.
Okay.
Can you, just for the record, state what's on page 7?
Page 7 is a notice of hearing dated December 9th, 2024 for Sherry Watkins.
And what date did this notice refer here?
The date on this letter is for Wednesday, June 4th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
Okay, and do you see that certified mail number at the top of the page there?
I do.
The last 2 end in an 08, but the previous 4 before that, the prior 4, can you state for the record what those prior 4 numbers are?
0773.
And on page 11, will you identify that?
Page 11 is a return green card for certified mail.
And who is that? Who's named on that certified mail?
Sherry Watkins.
And can you verify that those last four numbers, what they are? I'm sorry, the last four numbers before the 06.
The last four numbers before the 06 are 0773, the same that's on the letter.
Okay, so this was sent and received at that address that she has on file with the board, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's start with, on page 13. Okay, can you tell us what this is for the record?
Page 13 is a statement from the nursing home administrator for Mockingbird Assisted Living.
Okay, who's named at the top of that note right there?
At the top of the administrative note is Sherry Watkins, LPN.
And you said the administrator made this note, is that correct?
Yes, this is his statement that he gave to the board.
Okay, can you just tell us what this note's about?
As a summary, on September the 18th, the administrator was called by a caretaker by the name of Valerie Stewart. She called and reported to him that the respondent was not acting herself and could not do her job duties. So she also talked about the patients having the wrong medication in the cups. So he told her to remove the nurse from the medication cart and put her in his office until he got there. And the administrator called the DON to come to help sort through the medication that the patients were supposed to receive. And when he arrived to the facility, he saw that the cups had approximately 47 pills in one particular cup. They called the ambulance to the facility for the 3 patients, and the ambulance took the patients to the facility. And while he was trying to ensure that the patients were okay, the nurse decided to leave the facility as opposed to taking the drug screen.
So they asked her to drug screen, but she left, is that according to what he said?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And you said that the Valerie Stewart is who called the administrator, is that right?
That's correct.
If you would look at on page 17. Can you tell us what this is?
Page 17 is a statement that Valerie Stewart gave to the facility.
And can you just say us, just for the record, just state what she said in the statement? What you called?
As a summary of this statement, she's just saying that she noticed that this nurse was not acting herself. And she told her to go get her and take her to the nurse's room. And she gave 3 residents that were not the right medications. And she named the 3 residents. So the nurse came to fix the medication and take care of the business with the respondent. The respondent left the 3 residents with wrong medications, and those particular residents were sent to the emergency room.
Okay, does that match what we looked at in this statement by the administrator?
Yes.
Okay, look back on page 16. Can you tell us what this is?
16 is a statement that was given by Kimberly Moore to Mockingbird Assisted Living.
And did she say anything in her statement about how she observed Ms. Watkins on that day?
Yes, Ms. Moore stated that she saw the respondent on the back porch and she was shivering, and she said that she was cold. She offered her her jacket and she still was shivering, and so she told her that she needed to go home. The respondent told her she couldn't go home because the medications had not been given for the day. Then Ms. Moore came into the kitchen and she saw a medicine cup for a resident there that the nurse asked her to give that resident, but she knew that the medication was not the correct medication. So Valerie told her to take her to the kitchen, take the medicine to the kitchen counter, and then Sherry went back to the medication.
Okay, so now we have 2 statements that of her of Ms. Watkins acting different, is that correct?
Yes,
And they both say that the medication administration was off. Is that also correct?
yes.
All right. Let's next look over at page 18 for me, please. Can you identify that for the record?
Page 18 is Mockingbird Assisted Living, and this is a discipline report.
Okay, and who is named on this?
The employee name is Sherry Watkins.
And can you tell us what they did, what's marked on this? What did they do, Sherry Watkins, based off this report?
Okay, based on this report, it says nurse terminated immediately due to the nature of the incident and placing multiple residents in danger, not eligible for rehire.
Okay, so she was impaired giving cares, essentially. Is that a fair assessment of this termination notice?
Yes.
On page 20, can you look at that one and identify that for the record?
Page 20 is a medication error report for resident JV. And the person administering the medication was Sherry Watkins.
And when did this incident occur?
The error occurred on 9/18/2024.
And can you tell us just what it says happened on there, what was marked?
The items that are marked under date of medication error are, gave medication to the wrong resident, wrong medication was given, gave medication at the wrong time, and gave wrong dose / amount of medication.
All right, let's flip over a few pages to page 29. See. For the record, restate what this is.
Page 29 is the hospital record for Baptist Hospital for patient JV.
Okay. So is this the same patient that we just looked at in regards to the medication error report?
Yes.
All right. So this is the record now. If you go all the way over, I think, to page 39. This is still part of the medical record for that patient JV, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you tell us that there's at the bottom, it has a history? We say what the chief complaint is for this patient?
Yes, under chief complaint, it says patient presents with other given wrong medication.
And we state what it says happened on there.
Okay.
You don't have to identify the patient information, but just what happened, I'm sorry.
Okay, it says that this female resident has a history, and it gives her history. I won't report the history, but according to the history, impaired nurse at assisted living facility mixed all residents' medications together and was giving random medications to patients. Patient was referred to the ER for weakness and to check along with other patients.
All right, and if we'll look over on page 42 for me. What is this at the bottom of the page? Do you see where it says the medical decision making?
I see medical decision making.
Can you say what it says happened with the patient?
It says 74-year-old female, unknown ingestion. It talks about the vital signs and all of her lab results. Patient with unknown medication ingestion.
Okay, so does that confirm what we saw on the medication error report and both the reports from the witnesses? Does that confirm what we've already seen?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go all the way over to page 117. Are you there?
I am.
Okay. Can you state what this is?
Page 117 is a medication error report for Mockingbird Assisted Living Center, and the person administering the medicine was Sherry Watkins.
And is this for a different patient?
Yes.
Can you just, we state what the initials are on that?
The initial for this patient is TW.
Okay, so this is essentially the same thing that we had, just for a different patient.
Yes.
All right. And will you state what's marked on this form as well? Or you can just, was it the same thing that was marked for patient JV?
Yes, it's the same items, same bullets under medication error for this patient.
All right, we'll look at page 128. Will you state what that is for the record?
This is the hospital record for patient TW.
All right, so the same patient that was on the medication error report, correct?
Yes.
And on page 148, we just look at what it says for the history.
Okay, this is for the same patient, and under history, chief complaint, patient presented with, given wrong medication.
So does that match what we looked at with the other patient as well?
Yes,
And is it consistent with the other reports that we looked at as well?
yes.
Okay, when you look at page, or I'll tell you what, under there, it talks about the history. Can you kind of talk about what it says under there in the patient's condition? Under
Under
history?
history.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 54-year-old male with a history, and I won't repeat all his history. Resident at assisted living facility, approximately 6 p.m. tonight. An impaired nurse at the assisted living facility gave the patient and others unknown medications after she mixed all the patient's medications together, apparently. Patient,
Go ahead.
keep going. Patient was noted to be lethargic and transported to the emergency room.
Okay, so when this patient arrived, the patient was actually lethargic, is that correct?
Yes.
And, we're not gonna go, that's two, I know there's a report of 3. Can you confirm that the records indicate that there was a third patient that had experienced the same issues? Is that fair?
Yes, there's a third patient with the same bullets checked on the medication error report and the same hospital report for those 3.
Okay, the last thing I really want to look at is, and you can kind of give a little background on this, does Ms. Watkins have a history with this board?
Yes, she has 2 additional cases with the board.
On page 255, we look at that. Is this on page 255? Is this one of those cases that you just mentioned?
Yes, this is a final board order for the case, well, it was signed in 2008 for Sherry Watkins.
And if you flip over to page 256, can you tell us what that is? This part of that final order?
Yes, this is part of the order.
So is this an agreed order that she signed?
Yes.
What did she admit to in this ASP?
The respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rule, in that she practiced nursing beyond the authorized scope of her license while working at one of the local nursing homes in Tupelo. And she also admitted to being a habitual user of narcotics, barbiturates, amphetamines, hallucinogens, and other drugs having similar effects.
And under number 3, can you state, I'm sorry, page 257, can you state why she admitted that? I'm sorry, on number 4. Under number 3 and 4, what did she do to admit to those?
So the facts under number 3 is on about September 24, the respondent signed medical records on a resident as a CLPN on or about 1/14/2024. The respondent stated on her application for employment at the facility that she was able to draw blood and start IVs, which she did not have a IV certificate with the Mississippi Board of Nursing. And you said 4?
Yes, so under 4, you stated one of the charges that she admitted to was that she was an habitual user of narcotics. Her drugs have another similar effect. What were the facts that supported that she also admitted to?
She also admitted on May of 2025 through 2026 that she used narcotics.
Okay, and as part of this ASP, what was she required to do and what did she agree to do? What did she enter into, I guess?
As part of this agreement, she entered into the recovery nurse program.
Okay, and so she already has a history of substance abuse with this board, correct?
Yes,
And you said this was from 2007.
2007.
Now, you said she had 2 prior actions. Is this the other one on page 261?
Yes, this is the final order for the second time. Sherry Watkins.
And what date was this final order executed on 261?
The date of this order was October 2019.
All right, and if you look over on 262, was this also something that she agreed to?
Yes.
And can you tell us what she admitted to in this final order?
And this final order, it says on or about 10/18/2018, the respondent failed to administer insulin to a resident at a facility, which in turn, she documented that she gave the resident insulin, but she did not. So the patient ended up going to the hospital with a blood sugar in excess of 600.
And she admitted in this that she falsified records, is that correct?
Yes,
All right. And this was signed in 2019, correct? I believe that's what you just testified to.
yes.
All right. So is it fair to say, based on the evidence that we have and the history that she has with the board, that she has a pattern of behavior that causes patient harm?
Yes.
Your Honor, I tender the witness and the state rests.
Do board members have any questions for the witness? I have one question, if you don't mind. At the time of this complaint, was she under any restrictions with the board?
The complaint that we're bringing forth today, no, she had completed those.
She had a free and clear license. Okay. All right. No further questions. Mr. Walker, you want to make a closing statement?
Just real briefly, Your Honor, I think this is, like I said, as the evidence shows, this is her third incident with the board that's required some type of disciplinary action. She has a clear pattern in which her patients have been harmed. She's falsified records. She has no issue doing that, apparently. We would just ask that the panel, in order to protect the public, that they revoke the license of Ms. Watkins. We believe we provided sufficient evidence to support all the charges in the complaint. And there's been no objection to any of the evidence that was submitted or the testimony. That's all. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, this concludes the hearing in matter 2024-1033. Sherry Watkins, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session to determine whether executive session is needed. Andrew makes a motion. Seconds, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Closed session. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session for purposes of deliberations on issuing an appealable order by the board concerning the guilt or innocence of a licensee pursuant to 25-41-7-4D.
I will make the motion.
Second.
And Drew, Ms. Culpepper and Drew It is 11:16. We are back in open session. I will announce the board, hearing panel's decision. Based on the clear and convincing testimony and evidence admitted into the record, the hearing panel was unanimous and responded guilty of all charges, and the penalty imposed is revocation for each guilty finding. Formal order will be issued within 45 days from today. That concludes the announcement in that matter. We'll proceed to the next matter. For the record, today's date is June 4th, 2025. The time is 11:17 a.m. We're present at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road in Ridgeland, Mississippi. The next matter on the docket is case number 2021-0548 in the matter of license number P 324271 issued to Alice Beard. Again, I'm Pamela Ratliff. I'm Special Assistant Attorney General, and by statute, I'll serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of the proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the party, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. This is an administrative proceeding and it's not a court of law, so the hearing panel is not bound by the formal rules of evidence or civil procedure that governs a court of law. I may, however, use both as a guide during the proceeding. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board hearing panel for this case to introduce themselves for the record and to identify the member of the hearing panel who will serve as the alternate and will not participate in either the deliberations or the decision by the board.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Beverly Oliver.
Sandra Culpepper.
Drew Calhoun, and I'll be serving as alternate for this hearing.
Will the attorney representing the board identify themselves for the record?
Alexis Morris.
All right, Ms. Morris, is the licensee present?
No, she is not, Your
All
Honor.
right. If you would, could you give me a little information regarding the notice so we can confirm that she received the statutory notice for today?
Yes, in the exhibits that we plan to present today, her notice is dated for today, Wednesday, June 4th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. Also in that notice is the green return receipt that is signed. And it was mailed to the address that we have on file for Alice Beard. So we feel like we have met our burden in proving that notice was sufficient.
And it is now 11:19. Notice was for 8:30 at the address listed with the boards, with the board. And have you heard from the licensee?
No, and she has not signed in.
Okay, so it appears the licensee was provided with the statutory notice for today's hearing and has not provided the board with any reason for absent or requested a continuance from today's proceeding. So therefore, we'll proceed with the hearing in respondent's absence. Do you have any exhibits or preliminary matters you'd like to mark?
Yes, I would ask that exhibits B1 through B14 be admitted under seal because they contain patient record information.
No objections to that. Those exhibits will be admitted B1 through B14 under seal. Ms. Morris, you may proceed with an opening statement or proceed with your case in chief.
Yes, I'd also ask that Dwayne Jameson be sworn as a witness as well.
Mr. Jameson, if you would, raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Just a brief opening statement to give a little bit of background information. Ms. Beard was charged with 2 violations of the Nursing Practice Act because on or about April 10th, 2021, she falsified patient visits for 2 patients. As a result, both visits were deemed as non-billable by her facility, and she was later terminated. And so we will give a little bit of detail regarding those patient visit documents and the charges therein. We'd ask that this board panel take any disciplinary action it deems appropriate after we provide the clear and convincing evidence to do so.
You may proceed with your case.
Please state your name and current place of employment for the record.
Dwayne Jameson, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
Right, and how long have you worked for the board?
since March of 1991.
And what is your position currently?
Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigation.
Okay, so you are familiar with the investigative procedures of this board, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and are you familiar with this cause number 2021-0548?
Yes.
Okay, if you would please turn to page 2 and identify that document for the record.
Page 2 is the licensure information for Alice Renee Lucas Beard.
Okay.
Showing that she was initially licensed as a licensed practical nurse on July 23rd, 2009.
Okay, please turn the page to MSBN 6 and identify that document.
MSBN 6 is the notice of hearing for Alice Renee Lucas Beard with a hearing date and time of Wednesday, June 4th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
Now, turning to MSBN 7, will you identify that document?
This is a copy of the complaint.
Will you read the charges against Ms. Beard, please?
The first charge is that the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. And charge 2 is that the respondent has falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records.
Now, there are facts that support the charges therein?
Yes,
Will
there
you
are.
please summarize those facts for the panel?
The first fact is that on April 13th, 2021, while employed with Compass as an LPN, it was discovered that that Ms. Beard falsified a visit to a patient on or about April 10th, 2021. Basically, the patient, actually, it was the patient's granddaughter, had inquired about whether or not the individual, the nurse, was sick when she was being seen by a case manager, and they were curious as to know why that question was posed, and it was because she had not actually been to the home to visit the patient.
Okay.
And then also, as it relates to, and that was involving patient CC, there was a second incident involving the patient LT, also on April the 10th at approximately 11:27 a.m. This was during a time frame where the respondent was reportedly visiting patient CC.
Okay. Flip with me to MSBN 11 and identify that document for the record, please.
Page 11 is an emailed report from the facility. The director of clinical services sent into our office, where it describes the incident that occurred, explaining that on April the 13th, while the case manager was making the visit with the patient, and at which time the patient's granddaughter asked if she was sick, and the case manager responded and that she was not and wanted to know why. And they indicated that she had not made a visit on April the 9th, which was their originally scheduled date. So the case manager at that point asked, well, did she come on Saturday, April 10th? And the granddaughter indicated no, that she had not. The case manager was aware of this because Ms. Beard had contacted her asking if there was any way she could reschedule. She had given her permission to do so if it was okay with the patient, but it appears as though she did not show for either day.
I want to have you read an excerpt from this. If you see the paragraph that starts, well, it's all run together, but it starts with Ms. Davis had also.
Okay.
Would you read that sentence aloud, and I'll let you know when to stop.
Ms. Davis had also made a visit to LT and said her medication was there, but the pill planner had not been filled.
Continue.
Ms. Davis called Ms. Beard and asked her to truthfully tell her, had she made those visits on Saturday like she had said she was going to. Ms. Beard then admitted to Ms. Davis that she had not made the visits. Ms. Beard said she had forgotten to make them because she had a lot of personal things going on.
Now, next turn to MSBN 13 and identify that document for the record.
Page 13 is a statement from Lindy Day Seuss, the Business Office Coordinator with Compass.
Okay. Will you summarize that statement for the board, please?
This statement indicates that Ms. Beard had contacted Ms. Day Seuss, asking her to remove the visits. But shortly after that request, the case manager or the director of clinical service contacted Ms. Day Seuss and told her that if she got a call from Ms. Beard, to forward that call to her. However, that call had taken place and they were able to go in and change that request.
Okay, and just for the record, did they delete those visits?
They did.
Will you flip over now to MSBN 18 and identify that document?
There's a complaint report submitted by the RN case manager.
And will you summarize that statement briefly, please?
The case manager, RN Davis, basically indicated that during the visit with patient CC, that the patient granddaughter was asking if Ms. Beard was sick. It was because she had not made that visit on Friday, April 9th.
What, if anything else, do you notice about that complaint report? Is it signed, dated? And if so, what's the date on that?
It is signed June 29th, 21. And it also references patient LT
Okay.
here that have been reported that they had not made the visit there as well.
Okay. MSBN 20, which is marked as B9. Would you identify that document?
This is a visit report for patient CC.
And what, if anything, do you notice about this particular document?
There's a visit dated for April 10th, 2021. And on this visit, there are vital signs documented as well as an assessment.
Okay. Do you see a patient signature on anywhere on B9 going through the patient documents?
No, there's no signature.
Okay. Now, if you would flip the page to 32 and identify that document, please.
Okay, this is a visit note report for patient LT.
Okay, and what, if anything, do you notice about this particular document?
This date is also April 10th, 2021, where a vital signs and an assessment is documented.
Okay, anything else that you notice? Is there a patient signature on this chart as well, on this documentation? Last page is 38.
No, I did not see a signature.
Now, page 39, identify that document for the record.
Okay, page 39 is the worker schedule report.
Okay, and whose name is listed on that report?
Alice Beard,
Okay, and what two clients' names are listed there?
patient CC and LT.
Okay, and are there times listed?
Yes, there are times listed.
Okay, will you read the time and date listed for patient CC?
Okay, April 10th, 2021, 12, it appears to be 12:03 PM.
Okay, and for patient LT?
April 10th, 2021, 11:27 AM.
Okay, now, if you turn to MSBN 40, would you identify that document?
This is a detailed mileage analysis report.
And who are the two clients listed on that report?
Client LT and CC.
Now, just for confirmation, Ms. Beard admitted that she did not, in fact, make these visits, correct?
That's correct.
And had even gone so far as to contact staff to have these visits deleted, whether it be an error on her own or whatever, but she did try to have them deleted, correct?
Yes, you
Okay.
did.
So, based on your review of the record and the documentation, does it substantiate the charges against Ms. Beard?
Yes, it does appear that it's been substantiated.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Board panel members have any questions? No questions? You tender the witness?
I can witness in the state briefs.
If you would, you want to make a closing statement?
Yes, just very briefly, based on the testimony and evidence as presented today, we believe that Ms. Beard is guilty of the charges alleged in the complaint. This panel has been presented clear and convincing evidence that the respondent negligently and willfully practiced nursing in a manner that failed to meet the general standards, accepted standards of the nursing practice, and that respondent failed, or in a repeatedly negligent manner, when she entered incorrect entries and failed to make essential entries on records. Accordingly, we ask this panel to take whatever disciplinary action it deems appropriate, on or against on or against her license in this matter. Thank you.
Conclude the hearing in this matter. At this time, in the matter of Alice Beard, case number 2021-0548. I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session to determine whether executive session is needed.
I'll make a motion. Second.
Nancy, are you? Oh, Drew's my office. Okay, I'm sorry, making sure. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are in closed session to determine whether we need to go into executive session. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of conducting deliberations on issuing an appealable order of the board concerning the guilt or innocence of a licensee under 254174D.
Make a motion.
Nancy,
Second.
every second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're back on the record in the matter of cause number 2021-0548, Alice Beard, license number P324271. The board has deliberated and I'm going to announce their decision. By clear and convincing evidence based on the testimony and the evidence submitted into the record today, the board hearing panel has unanimously found licensee guilty of both counts, and the penalty imposed is licensure ratification. That will conclude this matter. A formal order will be issued within 45 days and submitted. Is there any further business? If not,
What about the ASB?
Yeah, that's sorry. Got it.
Second,
It's-
The ASB?
so we have an ASB.
It was,
it was signed.
Okay.
It's already in the record. It was signed and we'll bring it out. I'm not sure where it is.
we got it.
Oh, you have, okay,
That
we
was
have,
the one.
okay, motion has been made and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? We are adjourned.